Just about alive, just about. How's everyone doing? And welcome back to the Blade of Akai channel. Oh, hang on, my microphone arm is not locked. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, sorry for the delay. I just had I ordered a Starbucks because I've run out of milk, so I had to go and deal with that. Right. I'm suffering with the long COVID, so I'm going to be coughing throughout. I'm going to try and mute whenever I can, but just bear that in mind, folks. Still recovering from COVID. Ridiculous. How is everyone? Let me get switched over. Where's my music? There we go. And c'est là. Can everyone hear me okay? Right. We're going to just jump straight into some Mayhem, so let's get that up. I'm trying to kind of push in 9 a bit. Yeah, he figured I'd been shot in the US. No, nothing eventful like that happened. We had a nice time, actually. Nice couple of weeks there. Packed a lot in. Managed to... I can't remember whether it was 6 or 7 states we visited, but we managed to pack quite a lot in, where we had planned absolutely nothing, really. Literally just to go and see family. And then just everything spiraled from there, really. Yeah, but like about a week before I went to the US, I contracted COVID, and I'll pop some buffs in a minute. I want to give the timer a couple of minutes. Ooh, the FAP got a tier up, 0.49 now. Yeah, so I got to the point where I wasn't contagious, and then obviously I went to the States, but I was like coughing throughout. I don't think the air conditioning helped. Lots of different air conditioning and, you know, cabin pressure and all the rest of it. But yeah, so sorry for my absence, but I've, like, the coughing's gotten to a point where it's not as bad, so hopefully now I can roll out a few streams. Although today it's not particularly good. Right, so we're at 58 minutes. I think we can pop now. Actually, so I'm going to give it another minute. It's just to allow for buffs to be up and running while the boss is active. So we'll delay that for a bit. We're on the Regulite track, and I'm just shy of 85,000 points, so we've only got another 15 to go. Sadly, I haven't seen any rares. Let me know if the music's too loud or anything like that, because obviously I haven't streamed in a while, and invariably these things get messed around with when I come back to them. And I think Spotify had an update as well, so that's another thing. So yeah, when we went to the States, we kind of came in at Philadelphia for a layover onto Columbus, and then yeah, we visited family in Columbus. Not my family, my partner's family. Then we went up to not quite Cleveland to visit more family, and we kind of did go into Cleveland. We actually went to there's a college or university art museum there. It's actually very impressive. So if you're ever in Cleveland, I would highly recommend checking that out. And then we drove to Niagara and did the whole Niagara Falls piece. Went down in the boat under the falls. Well, not literally under, but you know what I mean. So that was fun. Okay, that's 5 minutes. I think that's more than enough. Let's pop these buffs. But yeah, I was grinding this yesterday and oh, it was horrendous. The loot was terrible and I wasn't getting any points. Not a fun time. And also losing a horrendous amount of enhancers. So yeah, yesterday was not good. No, you're not guaranteed a point for every kill, so that's an annoying aspect of this. So you can have good stretches where you don't get any points at all, and it's really annoying. So yeah, you can have a whole bunch that don't give you any, and then you get one that gives you 1 point. And you're like, great, thanks for that. But then, you know, every now and then you'll hit a 2.5k and a 1k and then a 500, and then, you know, it kind of balances out over time. But you can have like a whole day where you only gain a few thousand, and it's a bit soul destroying, to be honest. So yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, so we drove to Niagara, then back to the outskirts of Cleveland, and then where did we go? And then we had to go back down to Columbus, and then we flew over to LA to visit more family, and we stayed in LA for a couple of days, did some stuff there. We went to the Getty Center, we went to the Griffith Observatory, we went to Santa Monica Pier. You can huff on points, yeah. Hopefully today we'll see some big points coming in, because I had literally nothing yesterday, so look out on the screen and then we'll see it. I'll try and shout it out. And then we drove to Las Vegas. Stopped off at some kind of shopping outlet place in Barstow. Yeah, so the smallest one that pops up on the screen, like as a banner, is 250. Or it might be 100. But I think it's 250. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 250 is the smallest one that banners. But yeah, you can get 100, you can get 50, you can get 25, you can get 10, you can get 5, and you can get 1. And then going the other way, you can get 250, 500, 1,000, and 2,500. As far as I can remember. Or know. I don't think a 5,000 pointer is a thing. I've never seen one, so I think 2.5 is the biggest. Oh, I never saw a 5k in Merry Mayhem either. I haven't done that many Merries, so stands to reason. Then what do we do? So Las Vegas, obviously did Las Vegas things, and then we drove to the Grand Canyon from Las Vegas, which was great. Went and drove past the Hoover Dam. We didn't stop at the Hoover Dam because we didn't have time, but we did drive past it. Me Uber, yeah. Uber noob. And then we popped back to Columbus, Ohio, and then we went to Portsmouth because different family lived down there. And then we hopped over the border into Kentucky just so we could notch up another state. Yeah, it was all good fun, Gogster. No, I put 20 bucks in a slot machine. You know, what are they called these days? I don't know. A fruiter. And to be honest, it kept me going for like half an hour, 40 minutes. I was kind of happy with that until it kind of decided that enough was enough. And we walked away. So, yeah. It's funny, really. You know, given I played this game, actual gambling has no interest to me. Weird. I enjoyed going around a bunch of the casinos, you know, just having a look at how they're all, you know, like all the shopping areas that all look like they're outdoors when they're not. You know, it is a real eye-opener, having never been there before. So we did kind of enjoy walking around them all to a certain extent. I mean, it's pretty tiring in the heat. But yeah, the gambling stuff was not really a pull for me at all. Look at this enhancer breakage. It's ridiculous. So, anyone in the chat had any good hits? Let me know. because it's been like, whoa, over a month, right? Since I last streamed. Looks like we're in for another day of rubbish everything. But we'll see, we'll see. It's only the first 15 minutes. You haven't dropped a probe. Have you just been taking a break, or have you been like doing other stuff? Okay, fair enough. This is true. Another enhancer. Hey, Dark. Just about alive. Annoyingly, I had to buy a new car this week as well. I'm doing all right. As I explained to those who were here at the start of the stream, I'm just recovering from, well, enduring long COVID at the moment. So I kind of keep coughing all the time, feeling like out of breath, you know, whenever I do anything, all this kind of stuff. So been kind of rough, but I'm still here. It's not, you know, it's not as bad as other people get it, basically. It's just a kind of more of a fairly minor inconvenience, you know, with the coughing and the breathlessness. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been 5 weeks now. 6 weeks now. Not sure. Anyway, if you have just joined us, we're just grinding away on Regolite track, 85k at the moment. Hopefully we can hit 90k in this stream. But we'll see. Hey Goatsall, how you doing? Yeah, annoyingly, the more I talk, the more aggravated the the coughing gets. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Silver. Silver would have been done ages ago, surely. Gold. Gold is only to like 60 or 80, right? I can't remember. The last time I did gold was a while ago. And I kind of did it so quick that I've taken Regolite ever since. Because like my sock mate pointed out to me that if you can complete gold, you might as well do Regolite because you end up getting more tokens, I think. Or it works out as more tokens by the time you get through it. Even if you don't complete Regolite. Oh yeah, with the dailies on top as well. We're at now 39 minutes, so another 9 minutes until we get the big boy. Gold is only 50, but silver must be less than that then. I thought bronze was 17. Anyway, when we complete Regolite, we've got some survival to do. I mean, at least get to stage 7, but I'd like to try and get to stage 14, but I'm just not 100% sure if I can get there or not. The limiting factor I've got at the moment is the armor. I've only, for this kind of thing, I've only got Ghost because, oh, really? Oh, I forgot to put my tracking on. Whoops. Right, I'll just kill these guys. Put the tracker on. Because with the L-Amp Alpha, I can track okay. I mean, it is surprising that... Oh, hang on. Tracking. Sort the tracking out. Show start. There we are. Okay. Yeah, so our tracking's not brilliant, is it? That's only from yesterday. So it was so bad yesterday, I turned the tracker on just to see how bad it was. It was actually a fairly short day yesterday as well. In terms of my login time. Oh, a global. Still only 88%. Just trying to finish off my breakfast sandwich here. I mean, that really depends on the category you're in. If you're in like 5 or less, then it's quite easy to cycle 1,000 ped and not see a global. Very common. Nice that you were seeing some positive returns, though. You've had 2 Hoffs? I've had 2 Hoffs, actually. Really? Yeah, this armor is not enough. It's really annoying. I can't really use the Gorgon because it doesn't have any pen or electric, so it's kind of also a bit useless. Hey Luke, how you doing? You did Cat 5 for the first 400 plus or so. It went down since loot wasn't looking good. Yeah, I think if you... it's one of those. If you'd have stayed in 5, you probably would have seen a global at some point. Sorry. I'm yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm just still recovering. I might have to take an antihistamine in a minute because my coughing is actually quite irritated today. Yeah, I managed to pull a 380 peder and then I think an 820 peder. So nothing, you know, really exciting, you know, considering I'm in... Well, I've been all over the shop, to be honest. The 380 I got in Cat 4, which was kind of disappointing because I'd been in Cat 9 previous to that. But yeah, I think I've mostly been in like 7 and 9. Doing fine. 10k points left and still 0 Hoffs. Yeah, that happens. Many Mayhems I've done, I've seen 0 Hoffs. And it's just one of those. I think realistically, like if you don't give a damn, then just, you know, go as big a category as you can and just throw the ped away and you know, get your tokens and, you know, it is what it is, right? But if you're being a bit more ped conscious, then I think it's always about finding the category that accrues enough points for the track you're doing and just sitting in that and ecoing it out as much as possible, and just don't expect Hoffs and stuff because, you know, this thing doesn't care whether you've lost a bunch of ped or not. It just doesn't. And if you start bouncing around all of the categories, you can go to a higher category, you'll incur a bunch of loss, and then you'll decide, oh, the loot's no good. You'll go down a category, and then you'll get a multiplier, and then you won't be paid back for the loss you've incurred in a higher category. So it's better to kind of find a category that works the best and never move. Yeah, you just have to kind of balance it with, you know, the total amount of points that you need divided by the number of days you expect to be able to log in, right? Because you may not be able to join every day, right? And if you're not hitting that target every day that you're logged in, then you're in too low a category, I think. And then you have to kind of move up. Yeah. Game doesn't want to make it easy for you, for sure. So yeah, I it's on the radar that I want to get some more Mayhem focused armor. Seriously. For this armor, I am punching a bit above in Cat 9. Really probably should be in Cat 7, but I've started, so I'll finish now. So yeah, I will die a few times in here, but it's not too bad. Yeah, I've got lifesteal. It's just these guys are hitting me for like 130, so yeah. And when they crit, it's like over my actual HP, so... Yeah, they quite regularly crit me for like 330 odd. What plates are you using in Ghost then? Yeah. There's actually better armors than the Mayhem armor in terms of base protection. But you know, Mayhem armor itself is what, 25k these days, something like that, which is, you know, fairly reasonable. The other thing I could do is just really push to get Imperium up to perfected. I don't know how much that's going to cost, but it's one of those things where you chip away at it over time anyway. Three imp scales, 4 incision. That's a weird... Why would you use the incisions? I guess they do cut, don't they? Yeah, I suppose that with the cut on the incision plates, you're probably absorbing a lot more of the initial impact than with the scales, right? In that case, I would probably just incision the lot, right? So it's imp cut, pen electric, as far as I know. Imp cut, pen electric. And that's the really tricky thing, because there aren't actually many armors that protect in all three of those categories to a decent degree where you aren't paying an awful lot of money up front to get it, right? You know, Lion's not enough, really. Jag doesn't do the job. I don't think Tiger protects in the right categories either. So you're already into higher tier armors, you know. Like Imperium Perfected or Augmented at least. Protector of the Empire, that kind of stuff. Or Mayhem armor. Yeah, like 10 PoE is it's too much money, really. Well, I say that. I don't really know how much it's going for. I'm assuming it's around 40k. Is that about right? $35 to $40. Well, no. I mean, at the end of the day, right? You have to remember how. You always have to factor in how armor works, right? What you want is to ensure that your base armor is protecting for all categories that the mob deals. If you're hitting something that's, you know, quite tough, for instance, these Cat 9 zombies, I want all categories protected. Unfortunately, there's only one pen protection on Ghost, so it's not really that much protection for the penetration. So effectively, I've got one category of damage that I can never protect against, right? Because the armor plates take the damage first, and then the remainder is then split over the categories again, right? So even if you put pen plates on, like AP 66 penetration plates, you will still receive damage in the penetration category when it hits your armor. So that's why having armor that actually has all of the categories on it is kind of fundamental if you're punching a bit above. Obviously, the more of the damage you can take away, the less that one category of unprotected damage has an effect, right? As far as I know, that's always been the way armor works. The plates take damage in the various categories, then the remainder is divvied up against the rest of the categories. How can I deflect with only a plate? Well, it depends. Excuse me. It depends what I mean, what are we talking about here? Are you talking about in Mayhem still? And yes, block chance will give you 0/0, so that's a different thing, right? So deflected means you've absorbed everything. 0/0 is plate block chance. If you take a low enough hit, then it is possible that the remaining damage is so low that there was only one hit point of penetration damage to be absorbed, right? That is possible. Pixie with AP 48. Pixie adjusted has burn damage on it, doesn't it? I know it's got acid, but I thought maybe it had burn as well. Sometimes it's also confusing with things like bots and some other mobs because they do 2 different attacks. Or, you know, I don't think 3. I'm not sure if anything does 3 different attacks, but there are a number of mobs that do 2 different attacks. We see that with Rex Delum. But I'm pretty sure, like, warriors do 2 different attacks, don't they? They shoot and they also claw. So you can never really know, I guess, if you're looking at the animation, but you can't really be sure that the animation's correlating to the kind of hit you're getting. So you don't know whether it's a ranged hit or a close hit. Yeah, also the wiki can be wrong. For sure. I think the wiki might be wrong on the percentages for these guys. I feel like maybe the burn and electric, not burn, maybe the pen and electric, or maybe one of them is higher than a higher percentage than is stated at the moment. That maybe, but sometimes that is just a product of the way plates absorb before the armor, and so then that ends up confusing people as to what the percentages are because they forget how it works. Maybe. I have tried the Gorgon with pen plates and it kind of works, but I'm munching through my pen plates and I don't really want to do that. I can survive like this for the most part. It's just I die every now and then to crits or when I get ganged on. So I try not to get ganged. And for the most part, it's fine. Yeah, it's just using the Gorgon is not great in here because it, you know, like I said, it doesn't protect all categories, so I'm resorting to plates to absorb a lot of damage. I'm still left with 2 open categories by the time it hits the armor, so I'm always taking damage anyway. I might as well just use the ghost and it be cheaper and kind of crutch the lifesteal a bit more. Like I say, for the most part, it's fine. It's just when I get ganged on that it becomes a problem. And to be honest, it's kind of like an economy thing anyway. If I'm getting ganged on, I don't really want to be sat there taking all of those hits anyway. I'd rather just die, respawn, and then take them one at a time. It's much cheaper. At 9, even though I've got 10% lifesteal, I need more DPS to really succeed in here. And unfortunately, tier 9 on the LP70 Fen only goes so far. Tier 10 only goes another 10%, so at some point I will need an upgrade, but not yet. How are we doing points wise? 85,577. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? It's all about staying in your lane, isn't it, at the end of the day? If you've got 2% lifesteal, then figure out which category the 2% works for you in. Galley PE, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But like switching to something melee and then using an MC matrix, you get 8% lifesteal straight away, right? So that's always worth considering if you've got enough skills in some kind of melee category. That can work really well. Oh, if you're using melee, you should have 8%. Right? Am I getting that right, or am I thinking of something else? Yeah, 8% on an M matrix delta. It's the same on the M matrix alpha, no? Well, you only need, in Cat 1, you only need like 40 DPS, I would say. So the lower amps... I don't have any, I've only got a delta on me. The lower M matrix give less lifesteal? Is that right? I thought they all had 8%. But the thing is, they don't amp, right? They're not a damage amp, right? So it means that you can always use deltas. Doesn't matter what the gear is, you can always use deltas. Should you need the lifesteal, right? Obviously, if you don't need the lifesteal, take off the matrix. But I guess they're a bit pricier, maybe? 200%. So they're going for 20 ped. That's not bank breaking, is it? So... Plus you get the defense bonuses. Okay. I assumed they were all 8% for some reason. I don't know why. Oh. So have you got like 2% on rings, or is it 2% on with a ring and a L-amp alpha or something? I kind of wish Vigilante had adjusted Vigilante had electric on it, because if it did, that I'd be using that in here. Yeah, doesn't have it. But when you get like Angel, I think adjusted, improved, and mod, they've all got like electric on them. So that makes them brilliant for Mayhem. Okay, I managed to grab all three. Great. Yeah, another slow day with the points so far. We're at 90% on the tracking though. Hopefully that keeps going up because, yeah, yesterday was horrendous. I assume you're talking about the maze hammer. The loot was bad. The points gain was bad. The enhancer breakages were bad. It was not a good day. Not a good day at all. Hopefully we can see some bonus points coming up soon. Still is sad that you can't attach a melee enhancer on your VSC Mark 1. Any reason I grind 9? Well, on average, your point gain is going to be higher with a higher category, on average. And typically it was earlier on. So once I get out of this rut, I think we'll be back on track again. It's the thing is, right, it's not really category based, it's just luck cycles based. So it doesn't really, like, the category influences the chances of getting higher points, right? But your ability to get higher points is always going to be fluctuating no matter where you are. This is why I say if you find the category that works in terms of, you know, meeting the average number of points that you need to complete the track you're on by the end of the event for the projected number of days you're going to be participating, then I would recommend just sitting in one category and don't move. My sock mate did Photon, a sock leader. He completed Regolite track in something like 4 days, sitting in Cat 9 constantly, fully buffed, fully enhanced. 4 days, 100,000 points. I think that was with the Glinting Unity tier 8. I'm not sure how many hours he did that in. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. The thing is, right, people make small changes and they go, oh, I'm using this gear, it's making a big difference. And it's like, no, it's not. It really isn't. It's just your luck cycle, and it's going to go back down again. I see it all the time. You know, people saying, "Oh yeah, I just got this new weapon and it's awesome and it's doing this and it's doing that." It's like, yeah, okay, but you know, you're looking at a microscopic level of loops. I know Photon was on a lot, but he wasn't like, you know, he obviously wasn't on 24/7 because he would be botting otherwise, wouldn't he? But he definitely wasn't, because I know I saw him logging out. So you know, he did put in a lot of hours because I guess he's got the free time to do it. Yeah, due to in real life commitments. Yeah, I like it. Paxton Co. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I actually don't mind. I'm having to use my FAP a lot more at the moment because I need it to tier up. It's really been going very slow. And given it's 175 out of 200 TIR, it's annoyingly slow. Only just hitting about halfway for tier 1. And we've got another big boy in a couple of minutes. I ordered a Starbucks because we've run out of milk. And I couldn't be asked to drive down the shop and get a load of shopping and stuff like that. I wanted to get a stream started. So I ordered this coffee, but I tell you what, Starbucks lately, coffee tastes absolutely disgusting compared to other stuff. I normally get my own beans and, you know, use the proper machine, and it's just so much nicer. Oh, cool. That'd be good. How long is it going to take you to get here, Luke? Milky. I don't know what was up with the water in Ohio, but every time I had coffee in Ohio, it was awful. Something not nice. I think it was the water anyway, because we didn't seem to get the same effect anywhere else. We're on stage 9 of the daily now. Did you stop using the C80 due to marker? I ran out of the C80s I looted. I'm not paying 200% for a C80. You know, I've got this gun. That makes no... It doesn't really make much economical sense for me to start paying 200% for weapons when I've got a decent weapon. I was just preferring to use the C80s because they last so long. You know, whereas this thing needs repairing quite often. 300%. Are they higher TIR though? I did see higher TIR ones there. God, so every time I swap to FAP, he crits. What's that all about? Rigged. What are we listening to here? This is... Oh, it is metronomy. Okay. They're not TIR. Yeah, noob down indeed. No Hoff again on the fat boy. Right, we're getting there with the points. We're nearly at 86k. It'd be really nice if we could hit a 2.5k. Because it means we can get some way into 90k today. Someone in stock chat was saying that someone was selling an LP 120 perf for 13k. Right? Okay, really? 13k for a limited item? No. I don't care how long it lasts. That's a no. I said basically, you have to work it out. If you can get a C80 for, I don't know, 200%, right? How long does a C80 last? Versus how long does an LP 120 mod last, right? Or perf, sorry. And then maybe the value of that, maybe double that because it's an L120 perf, right? Other than that, that's stupid money. 3k is more like it, I would say. 3k is probably in the right kind of ballpark. Oh wait, someone offered you 3k for the G2? Okay. How long does that last? .3 mil shots. Right. How many shots do you get out of a C80 then? Have a look. C80 limited. Total use is 80,000. 80,000. So over 10 times the duration of a C80. So C80s are about 200%. They are what? 200 ped? Yeah, 200 ped. So that's about 400 ped. Times that by 10 is 4,000. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. It's kind of the right ballpark, I would have said. for the current C80 markup, although I feel like that's a bit hyperinflated at the moment due to demand. But then you could argue, well, the supply on the G2s is pretty limited, right? So, yeah. Seems about right. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, okay, so the DPS doesn't match up, doesn't line up, right? But the utility of a weapon, you know, how long you can use it for and how economical it is and stuff like that is there's a lot going for it in terms of that, right? Okay, we need to pop buffs again. Okay. So we've got about 12 hours left. Well, 13 including the ones I've just popped. I would hope that we get this thing completed before I need to buy more pills. Oh. Sorry for the coughing. 91% efficiency. Yeah. Pull one more if you get the chance. Use it yourself. You pulled a P30 as well. Wow, you can make it last even longer. But have you calculated how long the P30 is going to last? I would imagine you'd need several. Hey Strachan, how you doing? Thank you very much. Yeah, just hoping it's going to be better than yesterday. %30 of 130 TT. Yeah. Well, that's... And how much is on the P30? It's only about 100 ped, isn't it? But still, that's enough. I hope they add more absorbers. P40 at least. And then add a P30 unlimited as well. Well, I'm trying to be reasonable, right? Because, like... I don't think they'll go for a P50. You know, they're not really going for the P30, are they? They're making it very hard for you to get a 30% absorption. Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of things with that, though. Quite often Mind Force chips have really high decay on them. You got a rare and now you're locked in. You are locked in for Mayhem. Yeah, I had two, but I redeemed them with the modified Hedok. But I haven't been able to get any more, so I can't seem to find them in Mayhem itself. How did you get your rare token, Paxton? Box or within Mayhem? My combustive decays a lot. So I think there are a few other Mind Force ships that have higher decay than the rest. But also it's about promoting Mind Force, because Mind Force is still not as highly used as other stuff, right? So I guess, you know, there's an element of promoting Mind Force usage still. Yeah, I don't really do PvP, so not at the moment. I don't have the gear for it. Yeah, I haven't really skilled anything other than, you know, pyro, to be honest. Yeah, I've never really used cryo chips. I have used my, what's it called? The impact one. What's it called? Kinetic. I looted a kinetic off a kinetic 1 off the fish, ripper snappers. But I've rarely used it because it's so slow and it does very, very little damage per second. Almost kind of pointless me having it. You looted a kinetic 15. What did you loot that off? And you looted a 14 during Summer Mayhem. Oh, Paxton, you looted it from, you say, do you mean Cat 3? Catch up here. Hope they have something smaller in Mayhem Vendor for Mind Force. Yeah, it is all kind of big stuff, isn't it? Like they could do with like a 4 and a maybe a 7, 6 or a 7 in there. Small Falcons. Interesting. It's I mean, it's not something. I'm not a big fan of the kinetics. They're a bit slow. I'm only continuing with the combustive because I already had a lot of pyro from using arsenistic chips, so I just kind of went with the flow. But I also find them quite slow. I think at some point, once I've got intuition unlocked, I think I might focus on one of the others. Maybe lacerating, maybe cryo, I'm not sure. Wait, sorry. When you say you looted 14, you looted 14 what? Rare tokens? Yeah. I think I remember seeing that, to be honest. I'm like, the problem was I was out there trying to get a BGH and it never happened, and then I never spent any time in the Summer Assault. in the Mayhem Assault. I did go in a few times, but I didn't really give it any... I didn't give it a chance, to be honest. I think they came from the Assault, didn't they? Or at least some of them. Yeah, I remember seeing the same person getting rare token after rare token. I was thinking, why can't I get any? I think it's mainly that Mayhem Assault. I think they were trying to get people into it, and I definitely will be into it. I was just trying fruitlessly to get that BGH rifle, and it just didn't happen. Very disappointing. I don't have many M tokens myself, because I redeemed for the FAP. I've only got 6, probably 7,400, I think, at the moment. Very little. I think you will, Stan. I think you will. It doesn't take long to accrue many points. Just a bit of grinding. And at the end of the day, it's not that many tokens to get stuff like, you know, unlimited absorbers, extenders. You know, the lasers, the Mark 1 Mayhem lasers sights, about 45,000 tokens, 1 rare. So there's loads of stuff you could kind of work towards that would kind of help your gear, or if anything, is turn a profit on, right? We're 86k now. Yeah, they're restocking it randomly to keep people guessing. But that doesn't stop everyone camping outside of the the NPC, waiting for it to be filled. No, Dark, I'm not running a giveaway today, sorry. Oh, hang on, did you... Oh, I'm so sorry, Dark. I missed your thing. There's a raffle time, guys. Exclamation mark join in the chat. Get some Mackie bits for when I do actually run a giveaway. Exclamation mark join, quick as you can. Sorry about that, Dark. I completely missed that. Back down to 86 or under 87% returns. Awesome. Hey Dewdrop, how you doing? Yeah, you'll have to forgive me because I'm not firing on all cylinders still due to this long COVID crap. And the winners of the raffle are Dark and Dewdrop, each winning 3,000 Aki bits. Congrats. More points for your give away tickets when I actually run one. We do ramble on here. Right, I could do with another global. Bring us back up to 90% at least. Yeah, not having a fun time here, are we, with the loot? No bonus points yet. Today. I assume Bear will be streaming a bit later. I could actually just check his whatchamacallit. There it is. Where's his timer? Schedule. I thought he had a, oh yeah, countdown to just under 3 hours time. I think he's going to start. Another raffle time. Redeemed by Peps. Give me a chance to kick that one off. Right, exclamation mark, join in the chat quickly as you can, folks. See if you can win some more Aki bits. Right, something's got to happen soon. Bonus points or loot. And the winners of that raffle are Dewdrop and Dark. 3,000 lucky bits again? Totally rigged. Sorry to everyone else. I have no control over stream elements. Hopefully we get some more raffles and Give some other people a chance to win. It depends on the timer, right? Sometimes people will just watch it thing until it gets closer to the end of the auction. I guess if... I don't know. I'm just guessing. Is it a 7-day? Yeah. Peps has nerfed himself by having way too many points. Second week? What is it you're trying to sell? I don't think many people are doing that kind of stuff at the moment. There's a lot of people just sat in Mayhem grinding, and all the peds going towards that. I think once you see more and more people completing their tracks, their Halloween Mayhem missions, you'll probably start to see recycle clicks coming back in again. Oh wow, the gun's dead. Right, hang on. This is going to mess up my tracking. Oh, here we go. Right. Do you know what? I need to just bite the bullet here. It's annoying. Just getting hit hard here at the moment. Hey. Is that done? Expensive business is Mayhem. Another enhancer gone. I mean, is it possible that people are getting confused with the number of digits? Expecting to see it begin with 12 and see yours beginning with 70 and thinking it's, you know, 70 and not, you know, do you know what I'm saying? It's quite easy to get confused with the number of digits with these stupid auction prices, right? So I think if you probably put it up for what everything else goes for, or as near to that as like 11, for instance, I think you'll probably see it go. Yeah, possibly. I don't really know. It is a weird one. Got another enhancer. They need to calm this crap down. This is far too many enhancers being munched. You need to start getting a better efficient weapon. I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. Another broke Al Ram. Yeah, I think you know, it's a slow time for selling that kind of thing. But I agree, you know, if others are selling, then arguably yours should be going. But I think it's possibly people are just getting confused with the digits. I'm not sure, but that's what it seems like to me. Even if you order the thing. I mean, is it a lot of clicks? Maybe that's the thing that's putting people off, because with higher clicks, it's a higher cost, right? If it's a lot of clicks, you might want to consider just splitting it into 2 or 3 and selling it that way. It's all the time for me, just constant enhancer breaks, and I don't know what the hell's going on. Stupid fountain in the middle there, blocking all the shots. Where are the bonus points? I'm getting rammed on losses, and I'm not getting any points for it. Maybe Dark, yeah. I really wish, like, the tombstones are not blocking. They're not collisions, right? They're not collision assets, right? So you can walk through them, yeah? But they still block your weapon, which is dumb. I know they can turn that off, but they choose to leave it on. So you end up getting dragged around this whole map if you're not like if you're just like watching YouTube or something and hitting F, right, and not paying much attention. You end up over in the middle of them all and then surrounded by them. It's so annoying. More decay. It's just annoying. It doesn't need to be this way. I think some of it is due to the fact that my avatar is, like, I feel it quite bad because my avatar is quite short. It's a very small avatar, so all of the headstones are pretty tall compared to me. And I think that has, you know, the effect of making the problem worse. Where did he come from? I'm just having a total loot and points drought right now. Yeah, if the hitbox were on the head of the mob, yeah, absolutely. Problem solved. Probably an easier thing to... Well, I say that. Cersei seemed to make out that it was not an easy thing to do, but I don't know. You'll be changing one asset to do that, whereas on the map you'd have to kind of change all of the different types of headstone to make them non-target blocking. But I know they can do that because you know, there are trees and stuff you can shoot through, right? You can target and shoot through them. So I know they can do it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're going to spoil a fat one for someone. Just robbing everyone else to pay for it right now. Right, 86,289 points. Uh, 2.5k is going to bring us up pretty close. A global, finally. But it only brings us up to 87%. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get how people... Like, some people say, oh, I profit in Mayhem all the time. Like, I just don't get it. How are you doing that? I'm constantly getting less than 90% returns. And I'm using an LP70 Fen. I mean, what's that all about? Yeah, there is that. What? Oh, it's the, okay. It is the amp. We killed another L amp. At 19 minutes until the next fat guy. Oh, if anyone in the chat is hoarding Spina carapaces, let me know. More bonus points. So yeah, once I've completed Regilite, we'll be jumping into survival, but I just don't, well, I think this will carry on running for a couple of hours, right? 2.5 more hours, maybe, something like that. I don't think I'm going to get there in that time, but who knows? We could get a flurry of bonus points. We'll see. Unlikely, though. Actually, I didn't think to put my divine on. I could do that. Wrong thing. There we go. There we go. We'll see if we start getting more crits now. Oh, he's got a divine. Let's up the crit rate. Right. Targeting. Come on, bonus points. What is going on? Like, I've had droughts throughout this mayhem, this year's mayhem. I've had droughts of points, but they haven't lasted as long as this. Like, we're into the second day of it now. Hey Graf, how you doing? Thank you. I was in the US for a couple of weeks, and then I've been trying to recover from long COVID. I'm still in the process. I hope you've been well, though. Yeah, managed to hit about... Let me just count it out again. So we went to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, California, Nevada, and Arizona. So 6 states. Oh, no, 7, because we went to New York State as well. Yeah, managed to tick a few boxes while we were there. Another enhancer gone. Well, hopefully these guys can drop me a fairly chunky loot at some point. Maybe another, I don't know, 800 peda, hopefully. I'm not going to hold my breath though. You're jealous? Ah. Where are you based then? I thought you were in the States. Oh, you're in New Zealand. Okay. Whereabouts? Canterbury, Wellington. Central North Island. That's the warmer end, right? Waikato. Hamilton. Oh, okay. I've never been myself. I do have a friend that lives out there. I think he was, last time I checked, I think he was in Canterbury way. That is right, isn't it? Canterbury. But he spends some of his time over in Japan as well because his wife's Japanese. There you go, look, 20k zombie 08. I knew there was going to be a big one. Please, can the floodgates open and we get some loot now? Well, thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Sometimes I can get to the button in time and sometimes it just sneaks up on me. I can't do much about it. Really? I'm not really sure what that's a reference to. Hey Jerry, how you doing? Sorry. And Peps has redeemed another raffle. Let me get that running for you folks. Exclamation mark, join in the chat, go as quickly as you can. Yeah, sorry Jerry, I've been to the US and also recovering from long COVID. I got COVID about a week before going out to the US and then it just didn't seem to go away. Not very well, Jerry. Not very well, if I'm honest. Check those stellar returns. 1,000 kills and we're at a solid 86% return. Rookie numbers indeed. Why isn't it going away? There we go. I think I'm gonna have to work on that one a little bit because the downstream for OBS there's this thing called downstream keyer, and you kind of create a scene with the thing that you want to overlay, and then you can toggle it on or off. But it's like you have to press the button twice on the stream deck, so I need to figure out how to sort that out. Najslo. Aki bits are just points on the channel. Different to channel points. They're stream element points, and they allow you to buy tickets to the giveaways when we do them. I'm not doing one at the moment, unfortunately. Exactly, Dark. Exactly. Oh, who won that raffle anyway? Graf, Peps, and Jerry each won 2,000 Akibits. Congrats, folks. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Jerry, about the bankroll, but at the end of the day, for a bankroll to work, there have to be some upswings, right? It can't all be down. It needs to be some upswings as well. And they're not big enough to sort the situation out at the moment. That was a chunky one though. 223 paired. We're up to 80, just under 90% now. But we're still a long way off that 95% mark. Did I get the jab? I had the jab initially. I haven't had any boosters though. Kind of too late now. Oh, I need to brush him. Okay. Tesla Pod is at level 43 now, so we're only, well, less than 7 levels away from unlocking the 10% crit buff. So what did you have and what now have you got? I mean, are you terming loot 1.5 as being things like fen items? 10 fen kind of stuff? Oh, you had a 35 twin and now you've got a 2870 twin. Well, aren't they both loot 2.0 weapons? Technically? I mean, to be honest, I don't subscribe to this whole whether the weapon is in itself a loot 1.0, 2.0, whatever, right? It's either it's got good efficiency and good DPP or it doesn't. And it's just as simple as that. Yeah, the M2870's 80 odd, isn't it? 82? 85? Well, the divine worked for us, so... Oops, I moved. $87.8 for the 2870, okay. So I used to have the original M2870 back in the day, but I owned it at a time where enhancers were even worse on munch rate than they are now. And that thing used to eat through so many loot enhancers. Wish there was a thing. That thing used to eat through damage enhancers at a crazy rate. Absolutely crazy rate. No, it's definitely COVID. I tested. Well, it's not kind of now, it's just the lingering effects, which is what's termed as long COVID. You kind of have COVID, you get over it, but you still end up coughing and feeling fuzzy-headed and struggling to breathe sometimes. That's just what it is. Ain't no two ways about it. Normally didn't get affected by it. You know, people like my partner got it. And you know, obviously I'm with her all the time. And I didn't get it. But I think in the run up to going to the US, or like the week before, kind of my immune system was kind of down a bit because I was getting too many late nights, not getting much sleep. And it just managed to get me. A beer a day. Yeah, I think if I had been sleeping okay and, you know, had been kind of generally in okay health prior, I don't think it would have got me. It wasn't her fault this time. Yeah, when she got it, like, it was ages ago, but she's a nurse, so she's always kind of in the hospital, and, you know, that's where she picked it up. But this time I got it, we went bowling. Well, we didn't go bowling, we went to the bowling place, but there's, you know, they have an arcade and stuff. We went there, and then the next day, wasn't feeling too great. And a funny side effect to that, and this happens to me quite often, but basically that night, the following night, I wasn't feeling too great, and we ordered ramen, and I've been quite enjoying having ramen, and now I can't even think about it without feeling a bit queasy. And this has happened to me several times. Whenever I've had a particular foodstuff and then I've been really ill at the same time, I then go like completely off that foodstuff. Like I wouldn't, you know, you can get like pre-prepared fresh pasta with like tortelloni and stuff like that, and then you get a sauce to go with it, right? I used to have that quite often, and I was violently ill at some point at the same time as eating something like that. It wasn't that the food's fault. I just contracted some kind of bug, right? I was not able to eat that kind of fresh pasta and those sauces for years because it just made me feel sick. And now I've got the same situation with ramen. Now I can't touch ramen. I can't, yeah. My mouth waters up if I start thinking about ramen. You know, like your mouth waters up if you're about to vomit. No, it's not about food induced. It's the fact that I had food at the same time I got ill, and it's like a correlation thing. It wasn't the food's fault. It couldn't possibly be, because that night, you know, less than an 8-hour time span, I was having high fever and all the rest of it, right? So it's literally just a correlation thing, like at the same time, and then I can't touch the food. Had it not even with food as well. It's orange juice. I was really ill one time, and I drank a load of orange juice, you know, for the vitamin C. And then because I was ill, it all came back up again, and then I couldn't touch orange juice for at least a year. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hang on, I need to buff. Does this music sound distorted for everyone else, or is it just me? You just want to call me old, Peps. I mean, that's yeah, you know, you're living your life, I guess. Coffee is overrated. Thankfully, I didn't have any coffee at that time, and so I can still drink it. That would be devastating. And yeah, coffee is overrated if you're just drinking instant or having low quality stuff. But yeah, if you have nicely roasted beans that are ground up to perfection and, you know, prepared in the right way, coffee can be amazing. Yeah, my Starbucks is not tasting too great today. But like I said, run out of milk, so couldn't make my own. No doubt I'll have to go and pick up the girlfriend in a bit, and so we'll probably go to the shop. Alright, we're at 86,750. Nearly at the 87,000 mark. Still haven't seen any bonus points pop up though. Yeah, I'm hoping if I can do survival 14, That would get me another cosmetic token, and if I can get those tokens, well, at 7 and 14, I haven't done 7 yet. Where am I at on stage 4 at the moment? Yeah, if I can get those 2 tokens, then I can redeem a bunch of stuff. But I can't do any of that until I finish Regolite. All right, how are we looking? 89.8%. Just not getting any real global spam. We had a couple there a minute ago, but not enough to counter. Like the previous bunch of days, it's been fine. You know, there's been periods where I don't get any globals, and then there's a flurry of them, but yeah, the last couple of days, not happening. Notice that chunky loot that came down happened after that big Hoff had hit for whoever it was. Can't remember who it was now. Zenzel. I mean, that's quite a big hit for 08. 20k on an 08. I mean, they don't have that much HP, so he must have missed it a bunch of times. Let's run the numbers. Where's my... Right, there we go. Creatures, put that in a new window. And then we want... Excuse me. Hey. So an 08 has 1960 HP. 1960. 1960. Where's my sheet? There it is. 1960. These are 2070, right? So, I mean, assuming that Zenzal's using something pretty good, I'm just going to assume about 4 DPP. I mean, that doesn't even work out. A times 2000 at 4 DPP is 9,800, and he's gone double that, so I don't know what he's using. I mean, he'd also have to miss it like half the shots would have had to have been misses, right? We could have been using a swine. Swine's about 2 point something. I'll just select 2 here. Yeah, a swine works out, right? But then, you know, like I say, if he did miss it a whole bunch of times and he's using something that's more like 3 DPP, then maybe that works out. Yeah, don't know. That's a very high 08, very high. Right, bear with me a moment. Phone call. Sorry about that. We got 250 point bonus there. That's put us over 87,000 now. Hopefully, we'll start to see some more coming through now. Fingers crossed. Let me get the chat back. Hang on. So yeah, yeah, he could have been using a swine there, but I mean that's... They're a bit of a pain in the backside to use. Like maybe he used it as a one-off, but... or for a couple, but to use that constantly is a real nightmare because you're constantly having to repair it. So yeah, not sure how that works out. Do better. Just over 90% now. Hopefully things get better now. Hopefully. It was just double checking it wasn't a Carl Ram, but no, it's definitely a basic 08. Oh. Critted. I expect the divine fails this time. It's only supposed to be like 50%, isn't it? Success rate excellent. Okay. I don't know then. Wait, hang on, that's not the right stat, is it? The success rate's to do with applying it, not whether it works or not. I don't know then. I thought it was only supposed to work 50% of the time. But maybe that's not right. Oh, 70% chance. There you go, 70%. It tells you when you hover over it. When you hover over the buff, sorry. It's like details like that I just forget. I mean, I I originally did the videos on this stuff when it was first released. But now I can't even remember it. Oh yeah, just a reminder, if you haven't seen the latest... There we go. See, I told you it would fail that time. Well, it had to get me after I already applied the resto. So 87k, 90% returns. Fingers crossed for more bonus points. Just check the enhancer situation. Right, we're fully stocked. Hello, Archmage. How you doing? I mean, in terms of that description, it's going very well. We are burning the money very successfully. And again? You'd be critting a lot now. Yeah, pretty typical for me though. But we live in hope of that Cal Ram Hoth. Another crit. Archmage, thank you so much for the gifted subs. How many was that? 5? 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Archmage. Let's show some love in the chat. Who got those? Pain, Katamiri, Dark, Fanguin, and Graph, each getting a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. And Peps has redeemed raffle time in celebration. Exclamation mark, join in the chat as quickly as you can. Try and earn some Aki bits. Go, go, go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Archmage. Who's going to win these Aki bits? Is it going to be Dark and Dewdrop again? I don't think either of them have entered this one. And Peps has won it all. 6,000 Aki bits. Totally rigged. GG, Peps. Third time's the charm, yeah. Right, where are we at? 87.2k. Come on, bonus points. Ad free in 3D. Oh, here's the big guy. Wasn't paying attention to the clock there. Seems to be hitting quite a lot at the moment. Come on, Cal Ramhoff, let's do it. Let's go. Come on. No, Temped. Not even. Yeah, got cough. Enduring cough. I'm on points. I want to be done with Regulite. Let me know in the chat if you're having a bad points day in Mayhem. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you're having a good points day. Posny agreeing. Hey, 250. Let's keep them coming. Hopefully we're out of that really bad dry spell. $94 Peda. And we are just above 90% again. Thank you for the lurk. You're not invested enough to do these. Well, it's kind of a journey, right? I mean, if you're bewitched by the items in the Mayhem NPC, then yeah, you'll want to grind them. But if you're not that bothered about them, then best to stay out. Well, that's fair enough. Each their own, eh? What do you do when you do actually play? Hunt for 10 ped. Oh, cool. There's a lot to be said for just keeping it, you know, basic and limiting yourself a bit. Oh no. Ew, no. Okay. We're gonna have to pop another one of those. There we go. And scan everyone. I mean, scanning is a pure loss activity, right? Unless you're selling the skills you gain. But even still, that doesn't really... Scanning used to be a lot better, right? You used to get a lot more skill for your clicks. And now it's just horrendous. It's almost not worth doing it. You just do it to annoy people. I mean, someone may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can actually, you know, the Siren Rangers? You can actually scan those and get the tokens. So you don't even have to shoot them, you just scan them. Yeah, it does increase your codex. This is true. But, you know, at the end of the day, the skill gain you get is just so poor these days. I don't know why that is the case. Why did they nerf that? There was no need for it. Yeah, I suppose you could do the scan in that way. You could probably do the scanning by aggroing mobs to turrets and getting 95%, 95% back. But it's still a laborious exercise, and you know, you're not getting much skill gain for it. Scan swant. I mean, there are times where I'll scan every mob I shoot. But I haven't repaired my scanner at the moment, so I'm not doing that. It's because it's like, you know, every time I eat one of those up, that's 80 ped gone. You know, and I don't see it back in the loot, really. In all honesty. And then I've gained 0.3 of a skill, right? I mean, it's like, it's just often not worth it. So what, there's a 5-minute timer on the rescan, is there? I didn't know that. But do you get, like, if it's reset that, do you get that scan cost back? Let's say you know, over 15 minutes you scanned it 3 times. Are you actually going to get 95% of 3 times 3 scans? Or does it somehow reset? Yeah, so you could do it by having your vehicle out, like a flying vehicle, scan it, get in your vehicle, just make sure you don't take any other kind of decays from it, no hits and all the rest of it, then get back out, scan it, get back in, and then just repeat the process a bunch of times. You could do it that way. And that way you make sure you're not getting any FAP costs, no armor costs or anything like that. Well, bronze box is better than no box. Or bronze package, should I say. Because at least you get the Barbarella. It's just a shame they reduced the TT value on the Barbarella. You used to have, I think it was about 5 ped TT, something like that. 5 ped 20 maybe, something silly. But I think it was around 5-ish, and now it's 1. I mean, it didn't last forever, but it did last a good, you know, a good hunting while, right? But now it doesn't last 5 seconds, and it's like, well, I guess they want to stop people from using it so much and try and dissuade people from using it. I mean, every weapon loses you money, typically. There's nothing that prints peds. really. Which weapon is that, Pojny? There are smaller weapons to be using as a newbie. Oh, camo, yeah. Yeah, to be honest, when I went into the summer migration stuff, I was hoping to get myself a camo BGH, but then they've pulled the rug and dropped those C80s and C120s instead. But was unable to get any of those either, so typical. Yeah, I mean the TT stuff's alright, but you can get even smaller stuff like the Azuro and the Neutron, Azuro, Rubio. The pistol is a Osbin BP S1X1. Well, the lowest one is. But it's a bit higher than newbie stuff, that is. Killed me again. Might have to redivine. That didn't divine. Okay. Why didn't it do it? Just failed, I guess. There we go. Oh, Osbin LR S1X1 is not the pistol. It's an actual carbine. The S1X1's pretty good. And if you're lucky to pick up a boom CCC, I think those slot on there really nicely. But they have quite a bit of markup on them actually for a low end amp. Right, let's go and repair the gun again. Yeah, if you can loot them yourself, but the problem is, like, you can't use an S1X1 to really hunt Trasks to get the boom CCCs, right? So, like, if you're at the level where you're using an S1X1 and needing the boom CCCs, you're unable to get the boom CCCs because they drop on higher level stuff. So you're forced to be buying them off higher players, right? Which has always been the way in Entropia. Good for you. I want to see further Bukin upgrade missions, to be honest. Take my Bukin adjusted all the way up to perfected. That'd be funny. I feel like I would almost not care about the input costs to do it, you know. I would still make my Bukin perfected even if it wasn't really worth it. Guess I'm a sucker for an upgrade mission. Speaking of which, I need to go back to Cyrene and get upgrading some stuff. And farm some more lime green tokens. I'm about 200 short. 200k. You can sweat talk anyone. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a point when newbies get the Bukin standard, you can't really upgrade it to the adjusted until you've skilled up on it a fair amount. And even if you follow the mission chain to get it to the upgraded, you will not be ready for the adjusted version. So you can then be in a situation where, oh, I've gone through this mission, I've upgraded my rifle, and now can't use my rifle anymore because it's too high a level. So yeah, you have to be careful. But like, for the effort required to get it to an adjusted, and the amount of like older, like longer term players that have got rocking Bukins that are just sat there in basic format, yeah, that's kind of like, what are you doing? It's like, kill a couple of prototype drones and you're done. Get on with it. Apologies again for the coughing. It's not tradable. No. It's definitely account lock, that one. Right, we've dipped under 90% again on the returns. We are at 87,600 odd. A 2.5k would get us into the 90ks right now. And then we'd have less than 10k to go. A Bahri dominant. That's a 2-land mob, right? $5.7k. Arcadia, is it? Okay. Let's say I remember seeing them on Arcadia, but I don't go there that often. Okay, now we can feed the pet. Nice round 2,500 Nutrio bars. Oof. What I also haven't been able to do this whole Mayhem is loot any armor pieces or limited weapons. It's been really dry. Oh, it is a 2-land mob. Yeah, yeah. Thought it was. You got a pair of Mayhem shin guards, did you? Yeah, my sockmate Photon got a piece as well. I can't remember what piece it was now. But yeah, I haven't seen anything. I used to get more stuff. I used to get like, you know, at least a couple of guns and then maybe a piece of armor, but now I don't seem to get anything. Which I find staggering, you know, because I'm using an LP70 Fen, 4 DPP-ish. What are we at? 3.9 at the moment because of the air lamp. Yeah, this thing should be literally printing items. Stream ends when he goes into 70. I don't think that will happen. I mean, maybe if I just started the run, it would be at like 40% for a bit, but yeah, no, it won't go under. I doubt it would go under 85 at any given moment. Only boxes, tokens, and output amps. Yeah. I've never looted a rare token out of these instances. Alright, now we're out of ammo. And we get to 90%, no, 90%? 90 points by the end of the stream. Can we get there, folks? So roughly about an hour and a quarter, I would say. Has increased skill gain. I mean, maybe. What am I running here? I'm running a skill 50% anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously you get stamina gains from the track. You get codex gains from the track. So there is that. How do we get 100% skill gain with these? Has that been confirmed somewhere? Because I've never heard of that before. Peps has redeemed raffle time. Again, exclamation mark, join in the chat as quickly as you can. Let's see who's going to win this yet again. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. Exclamation mark, join, quick as you can. Right, we've got a big boy turning up in a minute. Try not to get swamped by mobs this time. Get in on the raffle, folks. And then I get swamped. Okay. And the winners of that raffle are Archmage, Goksal, and Pojny, each winning 2,000 Akibits. Congrats to you, folks. Nearly at 58,000 points. Nearly. There's the big guy. He's all the way over there. Al Ramhoff, let's go. Let's do it. Let's see some swirlies. Another 9 pedder. I just can't catch a break on those at the moment. Hey Daiso, how you doing? Gambler's mentality, yeah. Glad to hear it. I've never played that. Oh, we're at 88k. I didn't notice that. We must have got a 100 pointer or something, or maybe a 50 pointer. 2k more, and then we're in on the home stretch, but we're losing enhancers faster than we can shoot the gun, so fun, fun, fun. Come on. Come on. 2.5k. Come on. Let's do it. 2,500 points. Let's get that 90k, and then we get 156 ped of uni ammo. Exactly. Are you having the same problem, Daiso? I just feel like it's crazy. It needs adjusting. It's too much. I get they need to break, right? I'm not expecting damage enhancers to last forever, but at the same time, you know, when they're breaking 5 shots apart, that's not really acceptable. Especially when you know. See, the thing is, right, with these things, is that from MindDoc's perspective, you're getting their value back. But from our perspective, we're not. Hey, 250. Gets us a little bit closer. What are they? What's the market values of these things these days? So we're losing 1.5 times the value. That's for wands. Let's try a different one. Yeah, they're all roughly about the same. So just call it 1.5 to make the numbers right. Make the numbers easy, sorry. So they're what, 80 pek each. So we're losing 1 ped 20 every time one breaks. That MindDoc don't care about because it's not TT, it's markup. Yeah, custom made 2.5k bonus, yeah. Yeah, maybe I could I can make a little app that tracks the log file for enhancer breaks, and then with some settings for how much the enhancers cost, I can then throw up how much I lose in enhancers in pure markup value. It's like Loot Nanny tracks that, but it doesn't have a stat to show on the UI. And you also, I don't think you can put the markup of the enhancers in there either. So yeah, I'd probably have to create something myself to do that. But you know, it would bring into focus, I think, you know, the staggering cost of these enhancers when they're breaking every 5 shots. You know, one hasn't broken for a short while now, but you know, when they're going stupid, you know, how much ped you're losing. This guy's going to run at me. Come on. What's the solution? Well, you know, tone down the munch rate for a start, or make them yourself. But what's the real cost of that, you know? Can you make them for less than 243% markup? Right, we're off buff again. Let's pop some more. And I think these will be our last buffs for the day. Well, for the stream anyway. Roughly. I'm not sure. Basically, oh, I think when Bear starts, I'll probably raid over to him. Yeah, it's about an hour away. You make yours yourself, but you have no idea if it's more expensive. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You'd have to start really like tracking it. When you say you make them yourself, are you buying the materials, or are you finding all of the materials yourself? Because if you go out mining for pyrite, I mean, you could probably drop a lot of probes before you find decent amount of pyrite to craft your own with. So then I guess you're down to buying the pyrite. What's pyrite markup these days? $147. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So if you've got your own output amps, you find your own components, or maybe even just buy the components because they're really low markup, and then buy the pyrite. I think you're probably making them for but then you've got the success rate to contend with, right? Because enhancers have a weird kind of crafting profile where you only get like 1 in 3 clicks or something. Like a 33% success rate kind of thing. And then, because you only get, I think when you get a success, you only get 1, right? You don't get a stack, you get 1, as far as I've been told. I'm not, you see, I've never crafted them, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'm assuming so, yeah. And then on condition, the rest is made up as shrapnels and whatnot, you know, residues. Never had more than 1 in a success, so there you go. So they don't drop as a stack. They're kind of weird. And actually that Spina armor bioplate fusion infused bioplating it drops in the same way. You only get 1 when you get a success. It's kind of the same thing. He did them on condition. I mean, that must have been surely a horrendous loss most of the time. Because even on condition, you're surely only getting 1 in the stack. Come on, bonus points. We need more. More of the points. Yeah, we're still under 90%. How do we get to 95%? Well, we need a 400 pedder. At this point. Or 1,000 pedder? No chance. No chance. Most I could get out of these is a times 500. And that would be about 2k-ish. 1,800, 2k, I think. Times 500. Oh, no. According to this, 2.5k. Okay. But then it's, you know, with crits and stuff, it really brings that down a lot. So about, I would guess about 2k is what I could probably a muster on these guys, because I've recently, when I say recently, in the last few months, let's say, I've had a times 1,000 and a times 2,000. So I don't think I'm going to be seeing anything bigger than a times 500 anytime soon. Yeah, it would be around the 5k mark with these guys for the times 1,000, then obviously times 10 for the times 2,000. Again, depending on crits and misses. But yeah. No, the most I could hope for here is a times 500. 100%. Yeah, it's not really anything to do with the cat, though. It's to do with the people in the cat. And, you know, if everyone in Cat 9 has had big multipliers recently, they're not going to do it. It's as simple as that. In my opinion. 64 better. Still under 90%. Is a times 400 a thing on these? Sorry, 400 pedder, sorry. Not really. A times 100 would be about 500 ped. However, with crits and misses, probably could end up around 400 ped. So we could see it. We could see it get to 95% if we get a times 100. Yeah, I think all sorts of random situations happen at the same time. It would be nice to get bigger. You had a 1k skullbird, a 1,000 ped or 1,000 multiplier? $1k ped. So a skullbird, how much HP have they got? $240. Oof. Yeah. Oh god. My condolences, Dice owner. My condolences. I'm sorry. Bye bye 2000 multiplier. Have you had another big one recently, or is that it? Another enhancer gone. Yeah. So, what were you were doing the youngs then, were you? Because the Skullbirds have got like some fairly chunky ones as well. Yeah, so if you got a 1000 ped on a Skullbird, 240 HP, and then maybe you got like a 500 ped, 5 to 600 ped on those as well, that is both your 1k and 2k multipliers gone. No, there's one right here. Targeting system needs some work. And this comes back to what I was saying earlier about sticking to category rather than floating about. Because, sorry for the coughing. Like if you're in like, if you're doing okay in like cat, I don't know, 4 or 5, right? And then you say, oh, I'm going to try cat 7 for a bit. And then you lose a bunch of ped in cat 7. Right, and then you're like, oh, this is terrible, and then I'm going to go back down to cat 4 or 5, and then you get a multiplier, and then the multiplier is like clamped down to, you know, cat 4 or 5 level, and you've missed out on the thing that you would have got if you carried on in, say, cat 7. My point is, if you just stick to the category and don't deviate, then, you know, you'll only lose according to the category, and then you'll get multipliers against that category, and then it'll even out, right? Whereas if you're bouncing around all over the place, it's quite easy to kind of dump a load of ped in all the bigger categories, and then you go back down to like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get a multiplier, and it doesn't compensate you for what you've lost. So I think there's a lot to be said for like staying in lane. And it's something I'm really, really guilty of. You guys have seen it time and time again. I'm always hunting really big stuff. And then I can't keep it up. And then I go down to something else. And then, you know, get a piffly multiplier in return. You only did cat 9 this time. Are you still doing cat 9 now? Or are you finished now? Did I hit a multi on a small? Well, like I said, I got a 380 pedder in cat 4. For exactly the same reason. I was doing cat 10, then I did cat 9, then I did 6, then I did 7. And then I went down to cat 4 for a bit, and then I got a 380 ped off. So the 380 constitutes a, like a, I don't know, like a times 100 or something, right? And if I was in cat 7 or something, that would have been a bit bigger. You finished on the... Finish on the 7th, most likely. Are you not getting... Is your point gain really bad at the minute? I thought mine was bad. Or have you just not had enough time? Wait, what? I don't... 185,000 points. You're done then? I'm confused. I'm confused. The Mayhem mission is what I mean. I'm on the Regulite. I've got 88.5k. 100k is finished, right? So what I meant is, have you finished doing Regulite? But are you staying in Mayhem for the duration? Is that what you meant? Sorry, I'm not reading very well, am I? I think that's what you meant. Okay, fair enough. I think I'll, once I've done Regulite and I'll do the survival bits to where I can get to, I will then float around a bit. I'll go and do some Spina and then come back in and do some more Mayhem, then do some Spina and just bounce around a bit. But I think for me the thing is that the rare tokens just don't seem to drop for me in instance. I only seem to get them from boxes, so it feels like I'm almost wasting my time past the end of Regulite. So I don't know, really. I mean, I guess there is a chance to loot some unlimited armor. There is that chance as well. Daiso, have you ever had rare tokens drop in instance? One or two, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I think I'm probably looking forward to a Mayhem Assault coming back, and I'll probably have a good go at that. See if I can get some tokens out of that situation. That would be good. But I mean, we've got a long time to wait before that happens, right? I believe they drop in lower cats. Sorry, my getting this irritable cough thing coming back again. I'm pretty sure I heard someone say they got one in like somewhere between Cat 1 and 3. Was it... Was it V? I'm wondering if it was V. Said they got a rare in a low category. I guess what I could do is I could probably skill some combustive or some long blades in like Cat 1 or something. That could work. Not really kind of go too hard at it. But I would only do that, I think, if I get a little multi to kind of claw back some of this loss. 80 peda. Well, yeah, maybe, but I think, you know, in Cat 1, I think obviously each kill offers less of a chance to get the rare as well, because it's a lower threat level mob. So there's a break even to be had, I think, between Cat 1 and 2 and maybe even 3. But again, having never looted one in instance myself, I can't really talk to that in any, you know, with any kind of certainty. There have been a few drops, but at the end of the day, you don't know whether like maybe on the Hoff board you might be able to tell, but on Entropia Live you can't tell whether it's been a box or not. Oh, there's the big guy. Okay. Great. Got this guy aggroed as well. That's a rare. Says so. Unknown at Mayhem Annihilation 1. Yeah, that... So you can tell from there that this person probably got it from a box and these people are getting it from instance. So actually quite a few are dropping... Quite a few are dropping in instance. Interesting. And they in 1 as well. They all said 1. What do we get? 250 points off Cal Ram there. We're at 88,845. So 1,100. Oh, 1,145 to go now. Because we just got another 10 points. That's in 3. 1, 1, 1. So it looks like the majority of them are dropping in 1. Interesting. Very interesting. So it looks like the chance at looting the rares is not really diminished by the low maturity. How are we doing? We're still under 90% returns. Even with that 70 peda, we're just under 90%. Yeah, we haven't gained many points. We only gained 2 points since I last said. Just more people in 1. Yeah, I mean there is that, but the fact that they're dropping in 1 and quite a few of them are from 1 means that you're not really hurting yourself if you go into 1 to try and find rares, right? So I might do that because I've got I really need to skill Pyro more, and I also really need to skill Longblades more, so I can do both. Not obviously at the same time, but I can do both in one without any bother. Well, so they're balancing it with the costs of the normal tokens, I think. Because that, you know, certainly the situation I found myself in is I had 2 rares, but I had barely any normal tokens. And to accrue the kinds of tokens that you need to get these, you know, high ticket items, like hundreds of thousands, then, you know, that could take a long time. And arguably the harder job is to get the normal tokens, not the rares in that situation. But then I haven't seen a rare token since I got those last 2, so that statement almost doesn't hold any water, if you know what I mean. Goatsel has redeemed a raffle time. Exclamation mark join in the chat. Go as quickly as you can. Win yourself some more Aki bits. We'll have to do another giveaway at some point. Another enhancer gone. Exclamation mark join quickly as you can. Peps won again, as well as Luang, each winning 3,000 Aki bits. Totally rigged. I did message the Stream Elements folks, but they didn't bother responding on their Discord. I said, you know, I said about the RNG on this, the stuff is just terrible. Just keeps picking the same people again and again. Yeah, maybe there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe that is the chance that it is. I don't know. But I thought I'd raise the question. We are 88,881. Can we get 888? Can we get there? Is that even possible? Yeah, 5 and 2 1s. No, we skipped it. We went to 891. Oh well. Come on, Loot. Give us a multi. We need a 450 peda now. More than 500 peda. Really? Yeah, it totally skipped all the 8s there, sadly. What does that mean? Well, it just means we aren't lucky. That's that's what that means. If you subscribe to those kinds of things. We're at 88,903 now. A little over 1,000 points. Just a 1,000 pointer will get us almost to 90k, and I think we can make it then. But we are running out of time, I think. Half an hour-ish, depending on how quickly Sir Bear spools up. Would be nice to get a 2k-ish kind of loot. That would be really handy right now. Because it would mean I can definitely guarantee completing Regolite. Because I'm not entirely sure the peds I've got left is going to cover it. Certainly not at the rate I'm losing the peds at the moment. Over a year, wow. I mean, have you been hunting specific stuff? What have you been doing? I guess the more pertinent question is, what is your typical head cycle per hour? I do feel like, though, there are people out there in the game that seem to do kind of quite well in terms of returns, but they do that without hoffing. And it almost feels like if you are doing well, you're not going to get that variance. You're not going to see those bigger multipliers so easily because your returns are better. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Or it could just be luck. Sorry. Yeah, what specifically then? Are you camping one mob? Is that what's been going on? Are you just hunting one thing or a handful of things? What are you actually hunting? Or mining? I don't know. I'm assuming it's hunting you're talking about, but you could be talking about mining. You did say hunting, so I think I'm on the right track. In my experience, though, I think what I'm leading with there is, and I know I'm saying about sitting in Mayhem and doing one category, but the exception is that these are a bit weird, and they're also shared, which is odd. Like, why are they shared? They don't need to be shared. They're in an instance. In my experience, camping a particular mob for a particularly long period of time doesn't seem to help flushing out multipliers, whereas moving around does, in my experience. Now, that could be just coincidence, but yeah, in my fairly extensive experience, if I sit on one mob and don't do anything else, it doesn't work out very well. But like I said, Mayhem's a bit weird, and I think it is because it's shared mobs. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's a bit weird because you can kind of camp these to a point, and they, you know, the return's kind of okay, and then eventually you will get a multi on them, and You say you rotate, okay. Aatrox, Ambo, Ambus, Argo. So Ambus, I mean, I don't know what maturity you're going for, but Ambus are such low HP compared to a lot of other stuff these days that, yeah, hoffing on those is difficult. And plus, not very many people hunt them. Whether that really has an effect or not, I don't know, but it possibly does. More people go for Aatrox, I would have said, but even those are not as popular as they used to be back in the old days. And Argonauts are just low, aren't they? I mean, the Argonauts that I tend to hoff the most on are those scavengers, the scav elites, down at Fort Troy. Those things pop a nice huff. They've done it to me twice now, to be honest. But you know, it's not because I camp them. I've turned up and I've whacked a few, and then it's popped off. So, I don't know. I just feel like moving around is better most of the time. We're at 88,943. Come on, a 1,000 pointer. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Come on, let's go. Usually hunt young, mature ambus. Yeah, I mean, they're the smallest ones and have very little HP, really, in the grand scheme of things. A Spina worker youngs out of your abilities. I think they only do close damage, like imp cut stab type stuff. I think. So they're fairly easy to protect against. But they also drop carapaces as well. You know, and those fetch some markup. People are collecting them. Those specifically the workers, I'm assuming. Like the drones. They're a bit more of a pain because you need penetration and acid protection, as well as like impact and stab, I think. Imp, stab, pen, acid, I think it is. Could be wrong. Yeah, they are a bit of hard work, those. I hear you on that one. But yeah, I would add, you know, add work workers to your regime if it works out okay. Obviously, if you're losing a pile of ped on them, then don't. You know, adapt, be dynamic and all that. But yeah, in my mind, just moving around to different stuff is helpful. Sometimes trying stuff that you don't really ever touch can can yield results. It can be weird like that. Like, I don't know, just like if you don't hunt bots, for instance, you know, maybe try some every now and then. Or like, can you do young Levi's? Young Leviathan? I guess finding just youngs is a challenge, actually. I think it's normally young to provider, which is a bit annoying. But again, with the range, they're probably a bit more like worker providers, so... You can go up to olds. So yeah, just you know, add some Levi in there every now and then as well. I'm just trying to think of stuff you might not do on a regular basis that has a fairly chunky HP value. When I'm saying bots, I'm thinking maybe eviscerators, like mid-level eviscerators or something. But those again are a bit weird, you know, because it's cut, stab, and then electric, I think. So it's a bit of a tricky one to protect against. But yeah, all I can say is try stuff out, and but be careful when you're trying stuff out. 55 peta, like don't try stuff out that has really next to no HP. Because more than likely, you're bouncing around and you do a Ripper Snapper and randomly it gives you a big fat multi, but it works out at next to no peds and doesn't even yield a HOF. You know, it's that kind of thing that can happen. So if you're going to bounce around, try and target mobs with a reasonable amount of HP that you can actually do. And just try new stuff. Levi's can drop a fair amount of markup, to be honest. You know, Polaris parts. I think there's some Mind Force chips in there. Guns. MX, I think. MX S60s, I think. I could be wrong. 52% skill boost. Yeah, give it a try and see how you go, and then maybe you pop off and you get a little off, and then you can come back and report the good news. Wow. All the enhancer munch. Oof. Right, we've got about 20 minutes, less than maybe, to get 900 points. Can we do it? We're still at 90% at the moment, so that's okay. We do need still another 400 ped to bring us up where we should be with an LP70 Fen edition running at 4 DPP just under, and I don't know, what is it, 88% efficiency right now? 88.5% efficiency. You know, we really should be at 95%. Oh, look, we've got this one in single digits now. And that one. Okay. Been hit hard. So I need to get 10 enhancer 6s and 8s. Hey, there we go. Some armor appeared. 67 peda. Unfortunately, it's F armor. Well, I mean, fortunately for whoever wants F armor. Let's have a look at this. 45 ped and a terrible TIR. Terrible. 8 out of 4,000. Wow. Thank you, Shell. Why not 1 or 2? Because I'm kind of pot committed in 9. I need a little multi from 9 before I can dive back down to 1. Plus, I'm also trying to finish Regolite. We're at 89,125. Less than 900 points until we 90k. And then we're on the home stretch. I have terrible luck with tier rates, I really do. Come on. Show me the money. Show me the points. Brother Bear will be going live soon, I assume. Yeah, I rarely get anything in the, well, above the hundreds, really. I can't remember if I've ever looted anything with thousands. Maybe I have. Can't remember what, though. I mean, that doesn't really count, does it? Doesn't really count. But yeah, I hear you. I've never had 4,000 on the nose out of a TT item, so that's pretty good. Where are we at now? 89,162. So yeah, it's crawling along still. We just got to hope for some bonus points. And hope for a multiplier as well. He sat for 2 hours doing it. Wow. That's dedication. I mean, if I find like a 3.5k, then I'm out, right? That's enough. I spent quite a bit of time trying to get these guys, and they're still not 200s. A 198 Exhumer and a 197. I could not get 200s. So what I recommend doing, if you can, you know, if you can stretch to it, is to grab a set of, obviously get extenders for that situation, and then grab a set of economy enhancers, because they increase the lifetime of the gun while you're tearing it up. Another disappointing Cal Ram, 7 ped. Five ecos and the rest with damage. Yeah, so I did it. I've still got them actually on. I don't intend to use this gun. Not in a way that decays it anyway, but I've got 10 tier 10s. I managed to get this to tier 10. And it was only a 1400 out of 4000. And I got the tier 10 Hoff on it as well as the tier 9 Hoff. And I just use it for like, because it's a Kriegerum, it makes a different noise to the Enkid Gauze weapons. It makes the proper sound, right? And it makes things explode. So I can fire it like this, not at anything, forever now. No, I don't need it to be tier 10 to do that, but I used it, you know. I got it to tier 10, used it as a tier 10 for a bit until the whatchamacallit, the decay got down to a low enough value, and then I just kind of, yeah, it's at 47 ped at the moment, so I could technically use it a little bit more, really. Yeah, I mean, it's that's the G1. Obviously the one in the Mayhem NPC is the G2 Exceptional, or the Mayhem one. Well, it's not called a Mayhem, is it? It's just called a Kriegerium Perfected. I wish there were more Gauze options, like unlimited. I think there's only like 3 different unlimited Gauze options, and 2 of them are really low DPS. So, I mean, the G2 Perfected isn't exactly high DPS either, but it's higher than the other 2, I think. Could be wrong. But the noise is slightly different to when the NZR was, he created the first customized, what was it called? Is it a Kriegerum or is it something? I think it's slightly. No, so the Kaiser, that's right. It was a customized Kriegerum. The other one is the Kaiser Graph. Yeah, when NZR first created it, I was in Ithaca when he first created it, right there. He got, when he discovered it. And he fired that thing off. And it had a slightly different noise. It was a whoosh and then a crack kind of sound. And it's kind of similar now, but it's not quite the same as it used to sound. But it was actually quite loud back in the day, so I think they had to tone it down a bit. Yeah. But it was a very distinctive, like, what the hell was that? Like, you still get that with the current, the Kriegerums, and I think the Kaiser Graphs sound the same. You kind of get that sound with them-ish, and you kind of get the same effect of like, oh, what the hell is that person firing, right? The sniping unity is the same as well, right? Because that is actually Gauze. I thought it was Plasma for some reason, but it's Gauze. 115 peda, and that brings us to 91%. But that was a long time ago. Long time ago. Like 96? 96. 2006, sorry? Oh, there's something we missed because I was away. I was in the States. It was my 19th Entropian birthday. Back on the 5th. 5th of October. And still a noob. Yeah. 19 years and still a noob. Oh, hang on, I haven't got my pet out. What happened there? Oh, it's because I died, didn't I? Alright, Bear is starting up soon by the looks of it. Brother Bear. Do you know what? I forgot to put... I meant to do it. Forgot to put my... Where is it? Oh, here it is. The Halloween overlay. But it's a bit kind of, you know, we're kind of done with it really, aren't we now? Yeah, we're doing the Mayhem still, but Halloween was yesterday. You're 5 in a bit. What? 153 peda? Nice. Sorry, what do you mean by that? Have bats in survival. Sorry, what did you mean by 5 in a bit? Five-year avatar? I thought you were... Is this a second avatar? I thought you'd been around a lot longer than that, Daiso. Oh, we're off buff. I didn't even notice. I'm not going to rebuff actually because I'm going to be leaving this instance anyway, and we'll be raiding Sir Bear soon. Then I'll go and take a break and then try again in a bit. But it looks like we're not going to be able to hit that 90k on stream. I hoped we could. You'll have to let us know when you're having your Entropia birthday, Daiso. Which auto loot are you running? Oh, usually the TT one. Okay. Yeah, I think... so I don't tend to use the augmenteds these days until Mayhem. So yeah, I've popped... Well, I've just literally popped today the second one, so... Because they last so long. And I just don't want to have to think about it really. What I'm hoping for is to be able to get some other, because like I've got you know, a decent ring set, right? Halloween Halloween Christmas combo. but there's no light, there's no auto loot on that. And now that I'm running the Tesla pod, and as soon as that gets its 10% buff, I'll be running the 10% buff all the time on that, which means I won't be using the Regolite for its auto loot. So I'm hoping there's going to be something with auto loot on it that I can wear, you know, and not have to take off the coat as well. Yeah, but I don't want to break, because like the ring set I've got is pretty strong, and I don't really want to start fettling around with that just so I can get auto loot on there. Had I not hit that ATH, I wouldn't have got the Christmas 21 ring, and therefore the one, what was it? Was it the Easter ring with the auto loot on it? That would have been the one I would have gone for. It wouldn't have been as strong, but it would have had the auto loot on it, but it would also have been cheaper. Yeah, the Easter 2024. I think that was it. Okay, oh, he's kind of starting. Yeah, he's kind of starting up. So I think we're probably going to call it a day there, folks. I sadly did not get to 90k on stream, but we are so close now. So close. We are on the home stretch, really. So let's get the raid underway, and let me get out of this instance as well. Let's do the trick. There we go, and dismiss this guy. Right. Let's get out of this instance because it's dying anyway. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone for watching today. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long time, and you know, I was in the US for a couple of weeks, and then I'm still recovering from this long COVID nonsense. So yeah, apologies for not being around because of those reasons. Hopefully I can kind of keep doing this. Hopefully the health side of things, you know, stays fairly stable now, but we'll have to see. Also a big shout out to Mage for the 5 Archmage for the 5 gifted subs. Massive thank you for that, and thank you to everyone who followed today. Lots of love to you all, and I shall see you all in the next one. Get ready to raid over to Sir Bear, and we'll have a nice stream over there. Bye-bye for now, folks.